State of Ohio versus Darius Wright, case number 22-CR-001242. Defendant is present with his attorney, Jim Matthews. We're here for a sentencing hearing. We were last here on April 7th, of this year for a change of plea hearing where the defendant pled guilty to having weapons while under disability and domestic violence. The court ordered a pre-sentence report, drug and alcohol evaluation, and victim impact statement be completed. Those have all since been completed, and both sides are prepared to proceed to sentencing. Defendant has 53 days of credit. Thank you.
Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are requesting a period of community control in this case. We do understand that Mr. Wright does have prior prison. However, it is, I believe, about 10 years since he was last released from prison. The hope Mr. Wright has is that obviously he understands that using alcohol, drugs, influenced his behavior on the evening of this offense, and he wishes to do whatever is necessary to make sure that that situation does not continue, and he does intend, as does the victim, to maintain a relationship with the victim in the future, and her hope is that that relationship can continue, but obviously with Mr. Wright hopefully placing those issues behind him. We have had him accepted into a program called I'm in Transition. I did provide the court with a summary of the program. There is a representative from that program here who would like to speak with the court, and the victim also would like to also speak to the court, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
You want to let
It's up
them,
to you.
Yeah, they can speak first.
All right, just state your name and tell me what it is you want me to know.
Sure. Good morning, Judge. I'm Anthony from I'm in Transition. Mr. Wright has expressed a willingness to change, and I understand that there might have been some negative connotations on our program. I'm not too sure what that involved, but I know we do have residential housing, we do have PHP, IOP, and aftercare, and our success is the client's success, and I know that Mr. Wright would be a good fit for our program, and I believe he would flourish if he's willing enough to change. If he is released with us, we can provide weekly urine analysis, and we can have reports to you or to his probation officer, whatever the case may be. Like I said, I understand the negative connotation. I'm not too sure what that was, but we have been going under structural changes with implementation of PHP, IOP, and aftercare that we didn't have before, and that has made a major increase in effectiveness for our clients and things of that matter. Like I said, I believe he would be a good fit for our program, and that's all I have for you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak?
My name is Aisha. This letter is to give you a better understanding on the character of the defendant, Mr. Darius Maurice Wright. I am the girlfriend of 4 years. Upon meeting Darius, he informed me that he and another sibling were born addicted to several drugs, and that his mother gave him up when he was around about 8 years old. He also told me at that time that he too suffered from drug and alcohol addiction, but that he had been sober for several years. The good news is that even though his maternal mother gave up her rights, a single foster mom took him and his siblings in and raised them as her own. Today, his foster mom is 78 years old, and Mr. Wright still calls her mom and takes care of her by doing housework, yard work, giving her money, and accompanying her to appointments. Darius looks like a big bully. Too many tattoos, not enough smiles, and he mumbles sometimes when talking. He's just the opposite. I once witnessed Darius carry a man that was sitting in the middle of the street with his pants down to the sidewalk to safety. When asked why he would do something like that, he responded, because that man is on some type of drugs and I can't just leave him in the street like that. Darius also helps take care of my mother, who was recently diagnosed with dementia. But she doesn't listen to me, which is very often. He steps in and helps with feeding, bathing, helping her still be fashionable, and toileting. In addition, I'm a breast cancer survivor. that is still on medications that causes me to have a lot of bad days. And on those bad days, the defendant is extremely helpful. He makes sure that the bills are paid on time, meal preps, cleans the house, and helps my son with housework. Without Mr. Wright, me and my son would be facing homelessness. In the 4 years that we have been together, we have never had an argument. So you can imagine how scary October 30th was. Although Darius' behavior was completely unacceptable, it was completely out of his character. Days leading up to the incident, we found out that our lease wasn't being renewed. We had nowhere to go and our options were limited to a motel. Our car had broken down, and we found out that his sister was being sentenced to 15 years in prison. Our mothers, myself, and my children feel Darius would greatly benefit from a treatment program, a program that helps him better deal with stress and grief counseling, as his father recently passed away, which was the reason for the recent relapse. Mr. Wright does well when doing what he loves, which is keeping busy with full-time work and helping others in any way he can. I pray that this letter now gives you a better understanding of the defendant, Mr. Darius Maurice Wright, maybe even leniency. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, what do you want to tell me before I impose sentence in this case?
And I apologize to you, Your Honor, for everything, and I really do need treatment. I apologize to everybody in this courtroom for being here.
So tell me about this incident that happened.
Well, getting intoxicated, like you said, we was on our way getting put out, and I made a big mistake.
What was the mistake?
Being intoxicated, the weapons involved, all my marbles, not listening, not paying attention.
Okay, so once you got intoxicated, what did you do?
She said I pulled out a weapon. I kind of don't remember, Your Honor. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was so intoxicated, so furious with myself, the household, the problems.
What were you doing with a weapon?
I had found it.
Huh?
I had found it, Your Honor. I found the weapon. Going to Giant Eagle.
Where did you find it?
On the railroad tracks.
Where?
Going to Giant Eagle.
Huh?
Going through Giant Eagle. It's like a cut. You go through Giant Eagle through a household way. I picked it up and I brought it home, which I shouldn't have did. Never.
Then what did you tell Officer McLeod about that gun?
I remember, Your Honor, I was intoxicated, very
You
intoxicated.
told him that you bought it in Detroit,
I
and
found that
you
gun.
had it for about 3 months.
I found it. I had it for a couple months when I found it. I was intoxicated, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, you got several convictions for trafficking in drugs, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're not permitted to have a weapon, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you had it. And having it is a problem in and of itself. All right? Taking it out and threatening Aisha with it is the initial problem on steroids, okay?
Yes.
Okay? So why did you threaten her? What did she do that made you so mad that you threatened her with a gun?
We have been arguing over about this, right, Your Honor? I ain't gonna lie, like I said, I was intoxicated. I really don't remember everything. I don't. I've been drinking all day, the days before, like, no sleep, no rest. I was furious. I was trying to get the rent for us to pay it, and then we didn't get the rent, so I had to get the money for us to get out. I don't remember everything, Your Honor. I'm not gonna lie to you. This was being said to me in the police car and by the lawyers and all this.
What? Say that again?
This was being said to me by the police and the public defender that I had threatened. I don't remember everything. I really don't. I was too intoxicated.
Well, do you believe it happened?
I mean, I'm here today for it, I guess.
Well, I know that. That's not the question. I know you're here today. Do you believe that happened?
I can't remember, Your Honor. I'm not gonna say that to you. I can't remember.
You told me you can't remember it. My question is, do you believe that you did that?
Probably did, Your Honor. Man up, I probably did.
You probably did.
Yes, I'm a man up. I'm a man of my word.
All right. Because what you told Miss Randallson in your interview is that you never hit her, which she's not saying you hit her, but you were arrested for telling her to get the fuck out of here.
I said that.
Okay.
We was arguing. I told her.
Huh?
We was arguing. Excuse my language. I told her to get the fuck out of here. We was arguing about the bills and how was we gonna get out of here. I was frustrated. I told her to get the fuck out of here. And I still ended up moving us to this motel and moving us out the motel.
All right. Who,
May I say something?
yeah, go ahead.
When we got up that morning, I was the one that started. Excuse my language, but I bitched at my 13-year-old, I bitched at him, and I bitched at my daughter. My daughter ended up leaving and going to work. My son just would not even come back anywhere near me. And then once my son stopped talking, I kept going and arguing with him.
Okay.
So it was everything from who did you make a phone? And I think our emotions was going too much because of the situation. Like, we were both mad, but we should have handled it better. But it was like I left out the room and I heard him on the phone. I come back, oh, who you talking to? You called your ex-girlfriend? And then I go out for a minute and come back, oh, so what you gonna do? We're being put out. Give me the money. And that's where, at first he said, okay, well, just leave me alone. But as I kept coming back, it's the reason. I guess he don't remember, but.
Well, the fact that he doesn't remember is his problem, okay? He put himself in that position. But listen, people argue all the time about whatever, about stupid stuff, about legitimate stuff. They argue all the time. If it were just an argument, we all wouldn't be here right now. The problem is taking a gun out and threatening you with it. That's the problem, okay?
And there was no way, that was another, I'm sorry, I'm just talking.
Go ahead.
There was no way for him to get to Detroit.
All right,
I
well,
don't know how that came up.
I mean, it came up because he brought it up, okay? And that's why it came up. So you were a little, Mr. Wright, a little pissed off about somebody who was here back in on March 21st when you pled guilty. Who were you upset that was here?
March 21st, that's when I came in.
When you were here and you pled guilty, there was somebody in the courtroom that you were upset about. Who were you upset that was here?
Whatever, I said nobody. I wouldn't have said nobody.
You weren't upset with anybody?
No.
Okay.
That's the day I came into court. And
Huh?
that's the day you capped me, right? Ain't that the day you capped me?
It's the day you were here and pled guilty.
I think that might have been the pre-trial date,
That's the day you capped me. I wouldn't have said nobody.
when the bond was revoked.
Your Honor, to clarify,
Yeah.
the 21st, March 21st, was the pretrial and bond revocation hearing. The
Okay,
call
right.
that you're referring to is actually on the 23rd. I thought it was the same day. I apologize. It was actually on March 23rd at 9:48 p.m.
What was March 23rd?
The call in which...
No. I don't know what, there was a day, whether it was March 21 at the pretrial or April 7th at the plea, that you were upset that somebody was here. Who were you upset that was here?
Only me and my wife, my fiance was there. I wouldn't have said with nobody.
Huh?
I wouldn't have said with nobody. Only me and my fiance.
Well, then why did you say on a phone call that you wanted to find out who the redheaded bitch was that was here? Why did you say that? Who were you talking about?
Her friend.
Huh?
My fiance friend. My fiance friend.
Who? What's her name?
Mary, I think her name is.
Okay, so why were you upset that she was
She didn't
here?
have nothing to do with this.
All right.
And she kept calling my wife saying what's wrong with him. And I'm like, listen, she ain't got nothing to do with this.
Okay.
That's why.
Well, what's her name?
Mary.
Hey, why did you not know what her name was when you were on the phone call?
Cause
You
she
said
just-
you wanted to find out who that redheaded bitch was.
Yeah,
You knew
she
who
did.
it was.
No, I didn't.
You did.
They just told me.
Huh?
They just told me, Your Honor, who she was. I don't get it. I don't associate with her friends at all.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you were going to have a party if she was here?
A party.
Yeah. What did you mean by that?
We're gonna go out and kick it, have some drinks.
What?
Gonna go out and have some drinks.
Do you have that phone call, Ms. Celine?
Yes, Your Honor, I have that on my computer.
Would you play it, please?
Damn, you don't know what to do. I know what to do.
Is that as loud as it plays?
Yes, Your Honor. Not sure if I'm able to plug in and if it will play over the court system.
Damn, you don't know what to do. I know what to do. I'm not taking no more losses. We're gonna call that nigga in a couple days. Make up your mind, brother. I'm hitting this button. Boom. And that's all it's gonna be. Listen here. I need to know, and I'm gonna talk lightly. That redhead motherfucker who was in court with us. Remember her name?
No, but I'll find out.
Find out. Give it to my little brother. It's party time.
What did that? Stop it. What did you mean by that?
We're gonna go out and have some drinks.
No, well, wait. You wanted to know who that redheaded bitch was in the courtroom,
They went over
and then as soon as you finished that, you were going to have a party. You're
We
telling
were
me
gonna
just you're going to go out and have some drinks
what?
with the redheaded bitch? Is that what you meant?
Was gonna go out and kick it.
Huh?
We're gonna go out and have fun, kick it.
Okay. That's completely unbelievable. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
What else you want to tell me?
I deeply apologize for my mistakes, Your Honor. I really need treatment. I've been through a lot through my whole life. Nothing I could do bring nothing back. It's not gonna change nothing. I apologize to my fiance. So the actions that happened, I did was try to help. Give my best hand. Been with the woman for 4 years. We never had an argument, debate, nothing, ever. Nothing but happiness. One big mistake came to a sad moment. And I apologize for it deeply.
All right, Ms. Salim.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would like to play the 911 call in this case.
Go ahead.
Sunday, October 30, 2022, 16:54 and 48
live at 51 Greenwood Drive. I have a boyfriend that put a gun on me and said that he would shoot me and he was in the house and he wouldn't get up my house.
All right, ma'am, is there a reason to lock yourself in?
The state would move to admit that policies error.
All right, submitted.
Your Honor, I wanted to briefly address one statement that the victim made. She said that this was completely out of character for him. However, just 3.5 months prior to this incident, on June 18th of 2022, Paynesville police responded to the defendant pulling a gun on a neighbor after a fight with that neighbor's son. It was a physical altercation with the neighbor's adult male son. Then he went back to his apartment, took his firearm back to the neighbor's apartment, and then threatened her with the gun. That was just 3.5 months prior to this incident. So it's pulling a gun on someone is really not that out of character.
I'm sorry, but what charges resulted as a result of that?
It was uncharged.
Oh,
However, there is the report.
so this is an allegation
All
rather
right,
than,
listen.
I mean, I just,
I'll,
Clear the
if you
air.
want, listen to me, all right, don't, she's speaking, she didn't interrupt you, okay? If you want to speak after she's done, then I'll allow you to speak, and I'll allow Mr. Wright to speak, okay? Go ahead, Ms. Celine.
Thank you, Your Honor. state is recommending in this case that the defendant be sentenced to prison at least in 18 months based on this offense. He's repeatedly shown he's not a good candidate for community control. He was given a chance on bond in this case. He was not to drink alcohol or take any illegal substances, and he tested positive for PCP, marijuana, and alcohol. Once his bond was revoked, 2 days later, he made, when his bond was revoked, he called the victim, berating her for not telling him that his bond was going to be revoked, and told her, had she told him that he was going to be taken into custody, I could have ran, I could have dipped if I had known. Defendant also has a history of failing to appear and violating probation in his numerous Cuyahoga County cases. He was eventually sentenced to prison for second-degree drug trafficking and having a weapon while under disability. Less than a month after he was released in that case, he was arrested on a new trafficking charge. Defendant has also been unsuccessfully terminated from probation in Cuyahoga County. On May 4th, while speaking with the victim, defendant is complaining about having to report for probation, specifically complaining about going to AA meetings, saying it's just a waste of money. Defendant doesn't care to follow the rules of society. He keeps referencing living with the victim. However, he's not allowed at the victim's apartment. Prior apartment they lived in, he was also not allowed to be there, was an unauthorized occupant, and they ended up being evicted. On May 4th, defendant says he knows that his license will be suspended in this case, then says, fuck it, I'm gonna buy me a car regardless. Despite now saying he wants treatment, he has repeatedly spoken against it throughout the jail calls this entire time. He has said if he does treatment, he only wants 30 days. On April 8th, defendant specifically says how he doesn't want NeoCap because it's too far, it's like another prison, and he doesn't like that he would have to go to classes. He again talks about NeoCap on May 4th, saying NeoCap is just another jail, and he doesn't like it because it's a lockdown facility. On April 15th, JTP is discussed, and defendant very succinctly says, fuck that shit. Defendant has failed to take any responsibility for his actions and failed to show any remorse. To this day, he still refuses to acknowledge what happened. He claims to not remember. However, in his pre-sentence interview, he said something scared Aisha, causing her to call the police, and all he said was, get the fuck out of here. In his interview with Dr. Rinsberg, he claims to hardly remember the night, but apparently remembers saying, get the fuck out of here, I'm gonna fuck you up, but never mentions the gun. He blames everyone else for being incarcerated throughout the jail calls. I'm to blame, his attorney's to blame, but most concerning, the victim is to blame. Up until the change of plea hearing, he was berating the victim, telling her she needs to drop the charges. Even after she tells him that both defense counsel and I have explained to her that the state is not dropping the charges, he tells her she's lying and blames her for him being incarcerated. March 31st, defendant specifically tells her, I'm in here for you. April 16th, in referencing the 911 call, says, one phone call put my life in shambles. On May 6th, defendant tells victim, it ain't my fault I'm stuck in this motherfucker, and you didn't have to go to court, they scared you into coming to court. On May 8th, while talking to his brother, defendant refers to the victim, directly saying it's her fault, she did this. Even in the PSR, he tries to discredit the victim, minimizing his behavior and making excuses. Throughout this case, he has been dishonest and inconsistent. The years he claims sobriety change depending on who he is speaking with. Apparently, he told the victim that he had been sober for many years when they met. If they've been together for about 4 years, that would be approximately 2019. He claims in his PSR he was sober from 2013 to 2015, but he had 4 drug-related convictions during that time. In his drug and alcohol evaluation, he states he was sober from 2010 to 2013, but he was in prison from 2010 to 2012. In the drug and alcohol evaluation, and then here, he has stated that he relapsed because of his father's passing, but in the jail calls, defendant and victim talk about how he was using back in October, before his father passed. On April 18th, defendant tells the victim not to bring her son, who is in the apartment the night of the offense, to sentencing, as though he's afraid her son will say something different. Defendant is clearly a danger to the victim, her family, and to the public. We've heard how he pulls guns during arguments. We hear the fear in the victim's voice on that call. She told the officer she really believed he was going to hurt her. Officer McLeod specifically asked, "Did you believe he was going to hurt you?" She confirmed she did. Even her son told me how terrified she looked that day. This isn't the defendant's first weapons under disability case. He previously went to prison. As we discussed earlier, on March 23rd, defendant calls victim and threatens the red-headed motherfucker in the courtroom. On March 31st, defendant tells victim it's her job to convince the court he's not a danger. On April 8th, defendant and victim are talking about when he gets out, and defendant states, "Tell everybody to stay out of my way that I hate." On April 16th, defendant said a very concerning jail message. It said, "Too late, fuck whoever hated on me, and when I come home, it's going to be even worse. So sad, death to those who hate." On April 30th, in response to someone in jail apparently taking some of his candy, defendant says, "I'm going to break their fucking neck." About 8 hours later, tells victim he might be in the hole because he's going to knock another inmate out and break his neck. 2 hours after that, defendant tells victim, "I pray everything go good on the 10th or I'm going to be in the hole." Even admits on the calls that defendant's children don't want him in the house. Throughout his time in jail, defendant has told the victim to shut the fuck up and listen to him, yelled at her, berated her, blamed her for him being incarcerated, and accused her of working with the prosecution. After the change of plea hearing, he even yelled at her for sitting with the victim advocate during the hearing and talking to me in the hallway afterwards. The state has spoken to the responding officer in this case. He is in agreement that prison is appropriate. Based on everything that's been discussed, the state strongly believes that the defendant is not amenable to community control sanctions and recommends this court sentence him to at least 18 months in prison, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Nothing of substance to add, Your Honor. I would say that I do think it is inappropriate to introduce uncharged, unsubstantiated behavior as an example to discredit the victim at a sentencing hearing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Wright, what do you want to tell me?
I might have said some words that I didn't mean, but the fight that had went on with no gun pulled, they pulled a knife on me. They were talking belligerent. After they had got drunk overnight and through the day, they started with me in the hallway. Me and her would sleep on the couch. I went outside to kick with my dude, had some fun with my dude real quick, drinking Canterbury. Next thing you know, the fight broke out. They tried to jump me, the mother, the son, and the uncle. As the police came, they said we could see who the belligerent people are, and it was them. I was talking silent. I answered all questions to the police. I'm not here to hurt nobody, her son, me, or her.
Okay. You say in your written version of in the PSR regarding Ms. Burks, she's changed your life a whole lot because she believed in me when nobody didn't. She helped me move on from all the evilness in my life I had going on.
And she did.
Okay, so in the time that you've been in jail, what's with all these phone calls that you keep telling her to shut the fuck up and things of that nature?
I apologize for interrupting.
What?
I apologize for interrupting.
You can apologize all you want. I'm asking you if you're telling me that you recognize the errors of your way, okay, and you wrote this around the time you pled, okay, but there's all these phone calls going on where you're mad at her because you're accusing her of helping Miss Salim, you're accusing her of talking to her in the hallway. You're accusing her of sitting with the victim advocate. And you're going to get back at everybody that's hating on you if it don't go well. So that's coming right out of your mouth when I'm not listening, when you're not talking to me. So why would I believe you when you're talking to me now?
I'm mad at myself, Your Honor. I'm not going to lie to you. It's my fault. That's why I said I apologize. It's my fault, Your Honor.
Okay, but that's not what you're saying in all these calls. It's not. It's her fault. It's everybody else's fault. It's Miss Salim's fault. It's Mr. Matthews' fault. It's everybody's fault. That's what you're saying. That comes directly from you when you're talking to other people, not when you're sitting here in the courtroom. Anything else you want to say?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report, and I have reviewed the drug and alcohol evaluation. I reviewed 2 written statements by Ms. Burks that she provided. And the second written statement I was provided, Ms. Burks read in the courtroom today. So I've considered all that. I've considered statements of counsel, statement of Mr. Wright here today. I have considered all provisions in 29-29-11, 29-29-12, and 29-29-13. The reason you're not permitted to have a weapon, Mr. Wright, goes back 20 years, more than 20 years. In 01, you had an attempted possession of drugs for sale in common pleas court in Cuyahoga that was reduced to an M1. In September of 02, you had a felony for trafficking in drugs with a schoolyard specification. You were placed on probation. There was a capias issued for failure to report, and there was a subsequent probation violation. In June of 06, trafficking offenses F4 and drug possession F5 in Cuyahoga County, placed on probation. April of 09, drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal. June of 09, drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal. August of 09, trafficking in drugs of felony 2 and a weapons under disability of felony 3. So now we're 14 years ago where you got your weapons under disability. You were sent to prison for a little bit under 2 years at that time. During that same time period, about 3 weeks after you got the trafficking in drugs and the weapons under disability, you got a carrying concealed weapon. It was a felony reduced to a misdemeanor. Same time frame, drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal. You get out of prison on that case. On August 5th of 2012, on post-release control. And on September 4th, you get charged with trafficking in drugs, felony 5. You're placed on probation, no indication that there was any parole violation, which is a real shock that the parole authority would completely ignore activity that occurs a month after your release and your placement on post-release control. But you're put on probation, violated probation. They gave you 90 days in jail and ended your probation. So they did a crack job changing your behavior in Cuyahoga County. While you were on probation on that F5 trafficking, you pick up a drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal, possession in Cleveland Municipal, drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal, and with all that, with those 3 violations of probation, they gave you 90 days in jail and ended your probation. After your probation, you pick up a drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal. In 16, another drug abuse in 17 in Cleveland Municipal. A couple of disorderly intox in Cleveland Municipal. 18, a drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal. 19, April of 19, a drug abuse in Cleveland Municipal. So your behavior is consistent for the last 22 years. It's not changed one bit. And so you come here with this offense. And with this offense, it appears to me from the record and what's going on here today, what's going on in the past few months, that you like to do what you want to do, when you want to do it, to who you want to do it. That's you. Okay? So you're in this relationship with Miss Burks, who on some level you acknowledge is trying to change you and better you, but that doesn't faze you, okay? Because in your conversations, when you don't think anybody's listening or looking, you're regularly telling her in the past months to shut the fuck up when she's on the phone, to blame her for everything that's gone on, to blame everybody else for what's going on. So you haven't changed one bit. The evidence is you haven't changed one bit. You don't want to go to jail treatment. Fuck that. NeoCap is just another prison where you got to go to classes. Fuck that. You ain't going to do it. But I'm to believe you're going to go to this I'm in transition and sit there for 120 days. I don't believe that. You don't want anything to do with this stuff. You want to tell me what you want to tell me, so I'll go along with you, and you can get what you want, which is to get back out there and do what you've been doing for the better part of 22 years. Go ahead.
I've been working since I've been up here, Your Honor.
You've been what?
I've been working since I've been up here.
Been up
Since I got
where?
off probation, I've been working hard.
Where?
I didn't work there fast for a minute. I worked at all the Burger Kings around here before it even closed down. I went to Sandusky and was out there working at McDonald's in Sawmill Creek. I changed my whole life ever again since I got out of prison. Yes, I relapsed.
No, you
I
haven't.
drug abuses.
I just read through your record. You haven't changed anything. You're still getting high. You're still drinking, and now you're waving a gun around, threatening Miss Burks. Okay? There's no way around that. Whether you say you remember it or don't remember it, there's no way around that. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You're drunk. You're mad. You tell her to shut the fuck up and point a gun at her. I just listened to that 911 call, and she's terrified. So, based on everything I've just gone through, I'm going to find you're not amenable to community control. I'm going to sentence you to 24 months in prison with credit for 53 days, and the costs are assessed. When you get out, you might be on post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority. If they place you on post-release control, they'll put conditions on you. If you violate their conditions, they could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If your violation is a new felony, you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation, the maximum of which would be the greater of 12 months or the time you have left under post-release control. With regard to the domestic violence in count 3, it's a 30-day jail sentence with credit for 30 days. Remaining counts are dismissed. And items subject to forfeiture are forfeited to the state. Anything else, Ms. Celine?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
What you want to do?
Yes, and yes,
All right,
sir.
what's your plea to that allegation then?
Yes, guilty. Under.
All right, I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty. So where you been?
Just working, sir. So
You got a report. Why haven't you reported?
I understand, but it was just hard just getting here on the bus. Like, I know how to catch the buses because I went to Lakeland about 10 years ago. I know things changed since then, but
Okay, you can't just disappear.
yeah, I know I should have. Got more like in more communication. More calling on the phone. But the way the job situation was, we didn't even have enough workers. That's why I left the number just to have him confirm that that's what was going on. But I finally had ended up getting a car, or I had to buy a new one. But,
You don't have a license though. You got picked up. Well, how'd you get arrested? Driving?
yeah, I got followed back to where I was at, and they ran my name, and then that's how I found out I had a warrant. But then they hit me with the driver.
Well, you knew you had a warrant because you didn't report, right?
No, I didn't know nothing about it. I didn't
Well,
know
what did you think was going to happen if you didn't report?
Well, yeah, sooner or later I would have had a warrant, but I didn't know I had one at the time.
When's the last time you talked to Mr. Tompkins?
I want to say in like February.
So what am I supposed to do with you?
I'm just asking for another chance
To do what?
just make it out here. Really.
What happened with more counseling?
Yeah, they deferred me from and recommended me to go to another program,
Where?
like I guess for like a different level. Like
Okay,
a
did you
different
go?
level- just a different level of care. I mean, I called a few places, but they was just talking about like me staying there and stuff like that. I was like, wow. The way I told them about my work situation, so they was like, well, in one place I came, the last time I came, talked to David, called the place, and they said they was gonna call him and talk to him about it.
All right, listen. How old are you?
30.
Okay.
And even if I had to catch sorry to cut you off, but even if I had to catch the bus out here, I will. The weather way better than everything. It's just where I'm catching it from. Getting here on time, on time of the night. And reinstating those license, paying that $475, and also retesting and everything, where the requirements under the Ohio State Patrol. I tried to get I got the SR-22, but I guess that wasn't just enough. I guess I needed more than that. So, when I got pulled over, they ran my name, and showed me the SR-22. I went to Cornacchio. She just made me. I had to pay $250, and they waived the fictitious place. And that was it. I did 10 days on the suspension.
Okay. You got a bunch of misdemeanors, right, in the past?
Yeah, through with them. I thought we was past that with.
Huh?
Yeah, with them. Yeah, yes, Your Honor. But I was just trying to explain. I thought you already knew about that.
Oh, I do know about that. I haven't seen you in a while, though. Just looking at, because I don't remember everything, so
Yeah,
I got this report in front of me. So my point in bringing up that you got a bunch of misdemeanors in the past is that this is the first felony that you got. Mm-hmm. And I'm worried that this hasn't made any sort of impression on you. The fact that you were 29 when you picked up a felony, and I wasn't killing you with probation either, right? I told you to get an evaluation to figure out how you can deal with whatever drug issues you have. I told you to work and get a license. So I wasn't killing you, loading you down with probation stuff to do. You just kind of blew it all off. And I don't know why. Why did you just blow everything off?
I wasn't trying to blow everything off. Just dealing with personal issues, trying to, and like you said, just work, get a job. At least I got
All
a
right.
job. I
So-
got a job, and then I was working towards getting the license and stuff.
All right, so this is all a big pain in the ass to you. It is. I understand it's a big pain in the ass to you, okay? But you got to do it, or else nothing's going to change.
No problem. I have been attending. I tried. You know. the job.
So listen. How long you been in jail? How long has you been in, Dave?
54 days.
Okay, you've been sitting there for 54 days. The first time you were only here 30 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were here 54 days. You know why you're here 54 days?
Yeah, because you probably wanted me to sit back and think about, you know.
Right, because you didn't show up.
Yeah, making up them 2 months, making up that time. I was getting a ride. Actually, the person my friend in Willoughby, I was getting a ride from her for a minute, and then what happened was I got into a car accident around Christmas time, and then get her truck back into February. It was like at a collision spot. I wasn't in the car, but thank God she was all right.
You got to do for yourself, Mr. Logan.
Yeah, that's all I've been trying to do. That's why I've been working. Like a lot of people got fired for just doing stupid stuff, stealing money off the laundry.
Where is that, on St. Clair?
Yeah, that's where I was at, but he had sold it. He sold it to one of his business partners. So now I'm on West 25th. I started on West 25th in Pearl, like in March, like the same week I was arrested. I was supposed to work that Saturday and Sunday, but I got arrested.
All right, I'm going to keep you on community control. And like I just told you, you got to do for yourself, okay?
Okay.
54 days, you credit for 54. Now, I'm not going to tell you where to go for your drug treatment. You got to go. So if you told me you've already called places, so you figure out where to go. But you got to do it, okay? Nobody's going to do it for you. If you don't do it, then you'll be back here again. That's just how it is. No drugs or alcohol, and you'll undergo screens. Of course, you got to show up to undergo the screens. Full employment, a valid license. Your license suspension is up, so you're free to get your license back after you comply with whatever needs to be complied with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Okay.
Pay the costs and fees. So. You figure out where you're going for this treatment. You tell him.
Okay.
You keep in touch with him, and you show up.
No problem.
Because if you don't, now, fool me once, shame on you. Okay, fool me twice, shame on me. Right?
I'm all for it.
Okay. You're not in a hole. You're not in a hole. So you can get out of this situation by doing what you need to do. If you don't do what you need to do, then you're digging a hole. Anything else, Mr. Gazione?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
2349 and 23 CR 356, State of Ohio versus Dino De Niro. Your Honor, we were last together on this case back on the 12th of April, where the defendant entered pleas of guilty to one count of receiving stolen property on the 2022 case, felony of the 5th degree, and in the 2023 case, 2 counts of receiving stolen property, felonies of the 4th and felonies of the 5th, and in that case he pled via information. Your Honor, the state has had the chance to review the pre-sentence investigation report, drug and alcohol statement, or drug and alcohol evaluation as well, and we are set today for sentencing. There is no joint recommendation before you today. We are prepared to proceed.
All right, Mr. Fatiga.
Good morning, Your Honor. I've had an opportunity to review the PSR and the drug and alcohol evaluation in this case. Mr. De Niro has been accepted into the Ed Keating Center. I submitted a letter on April 13th verifying that's where he wants to go. It's a 9-month program. He acknowledges that he desperately needs some help with substance abuse. At the time that these crimes occurred, he was homeless, cold, and kind of living hand to mouth. But when he was apprehended by police in the second case, he was cooperative and forthcoming, accepted responsibility for his misconduct. He was polite and cooperative through the PSR process. And again, we'd ask that he be given an opportunity to be on community control sanctions with the condition that he successfully complete the program at the Ed Keating Center. Thank you.
Mr. De Niro, what do you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
Should I stand up?
You
Your
can
Honor,
stay seated if you want.
I had been out for 3+ years. Right before COVID, I was out in, I was living in Akron. I was working for a condo complex. I was doing good. I came up on November 11th to go to a high school football game in Euclid. I was picking up my daughter.
What game?
St. Ed's in Menor, first round of the playoffs, or second round. It was at Euclid Stadium. And I had a license, registration block on my license since Judge Lucci took my license for life, but BMV gave it back to me. But I just never could make, when I had the money, I didn't have the time. When I had the time, I didn't have the money to go through all the things to get a license. So I had been driving on a 1996 expired California plate. And I got a new van, and the guy that I was getting my meth from had seen my California plate. He goes, "Let me get that plate. I don't have a California plate." In his collection, he worked for a record service towing cars. And I go, "I don't want to, I don't care if it's an expired plate. I just don't want a stolen plate or a fictitious plate." And he told me it wasn't, and I put the plate on my vehicle, and I drove up, and they had that scanner, and they pulled me over, found meth in the vehicle. And I called the guy I was working for, and he told me, he goes, "You're not coming back to work here, and I'm not going to pay you," which was 9 months of
Is that the guy you bought the van from?
No, I bought the van from another guy, just an employee there, not the owner. Greg Bassetti, I bought the van from. And he told me he wasn't going to pay me, and he owed me for over, and it's in court right now, over 600 hours at $30 an hour for some of it. It's about $22,000. And on that night, I lost my job, my place to live, my vehicle, and I was homeless.
So this is November?
Yeah, I got arrested on November 11th. Then I went to Highland Heights. I had a speeding ticket. And then they let me out. And my daughter somehow brokered a deal for me to stay at her mom's house. And we haven't talked for 7 years. And that lasted 2 hours. She kicked me out, and it was just getting cold. And I was staying in my van. I was walking back to downtown Willoughby, back and forth. I was jumped the wall at Vitalone's wrecking yard, and I was sleeping in my van, and it got really, really cold. And I was staying in the shed behind my ex's house. And
tell me again where that plate came from.
A guy named Eric he's in prison right now. He drove a tow truck, and he had a stack of plates because they crush cars at where he works, and that was the one I pulled out, and every one of them had a title with it, like they had on the vehicle, and it was a valid plate. I only had it on the car for not even 5 hours, because I got the stuff and I drove up. It was a rainy night. Had to work overtime because it was raining and the roof that I did was leaking. I drove up and I was listening to the game and there was already a blowout. But I was still going to go and watch the second half, and I was going to make my daughter go with me. And I got pulled over by that thing that reads the plates. And the dog found some meth that he had given me. It was in a dollar bill. It wasn't much of anything. I had a lot more in my pocket that they never found. I had tar on me. And I don't know if the dog didn't hit on it for that reason or not, but I ended up homeless, and I was staying in the shed behind my ex's house. It was really cold, and she kicked me out of there for, I don't know what reason, breathing. And it's right across the street from the Captain Stadium, so I went across the street and I jumped over the gate there. I went down, I slept in the dugout for a couple of nights. There was no bench in there. They took the bench out because it was off season for some reason, I guess. And I stayed down in there for a couple of nights, and it was starting to snow out. And I looked up, and the luxury, I figured they had an alarm, so that's why I only stayed in the baseball field. I went up the stairs, and the luxury suite was open. Both sliding doors were open. They had big fans in there. They must clean the carpets. So I went in there, I shut the fans off, and I slept under this couch. I was using the cushions to cover myself with. And I stayed there for like 2 weeks. I'd get up and leave in the morning before the sun came up. Because I was working every few days with the guy finishing drywall, but a lot of times they didn't need me to work. And I would just go along to get enough money to ride the bus. And I would stay on the Rapid at night, but they were shut down. And I ended up, I stole a bunch of roofing stuff from there at the stadium, but I had no way to get it. I hid it in the playground. And I had been up for like 17 days consecutive. I was bad. I was hallucinating. I was in a bad way, and I ended up, I got off the raft and I jumped over the wall at Lakeview Cemetery, and I was sleeping up on the observation deck of Garfield's tomb, and I fell down the steps there, and I fractured my skull, lost a tooth, and damaged my hearing. I was in the hospital, but I just walked out because I had, well, mainly it was paranoid.
When was this?
It was on, it was after New Year's, after the New Year,
Right.
within the first week or so. And I walked out of there, and I couldn't go back to the Captain Stadium anymore because I stole the stuff out of there.
What did you do with it?
Some of the stuff that I was able to carry, like I carried a ladder and a torch and some stuff, and I sold it to some roofer that I knew, and then the main stuff that I had, I put it in the playground that's right there by the stadium, and I went across the street and I was sitting in the shed, and I dozed off because I hadn't been asleep for days, like 2 weeks at least, and I dozed off, and when I came out, it was daylight, and across the street I could see there was 2 vehicles now parked at the stadium, and I never, the majority of the stuff I never got. Somebody had it. Either I thought maybe they had got it back, or.
Who did you sell this stuff to?
What's that?
Who did you sell this stuff to?
I sold it to my friend named Brandon.
Brandon who?
Brandon Ansell.
Ansell? What is he a roofer?
Yeah. He ended up taking the stuff back to my girlfriend's house and putting it behind the shed, and the Eastlake police retrieved it. And I ruined the luxury suite didn't have no heating, and I was just covering up with the couch cushions. I didn't have anything, and
Who did you sell anything else to anybody else besides Brandon?
No, everything else I lost or they got it out of the shed.
How much money did you get for that stuff?
Less than $100.
What was his last name?
Ansel.
Okay. And he knew it was stolen, right?
Well, he didn't at the time because I have a bunch of roofing stuff, but I didn't have it at the time. And he brought the ladders back and left them in the back of the house. And the police got that. And it was really bad. The weather was bad out and I lost my shoe. And I only had sock on one foot and one shoe. And there was an Eastside cop sitting on the corner right by the stadium, and I walked up to him, asked if he could make a phone call for me to call my daughter to turn on the power so I could go in the shed and warm up. And he said he wouldn't call her because it was too late. So I went over and I got this little heater and I walked down Vine Street and I plugged it in at a business, the rehab or humanity store.
Goodwill?
Yeah. I plugged it in there and I sat there and I warmed up. And I made it through that night, and the next night it was even worse. And I was walking back to Vitalone's. I was going to go stay in my van. It was out of gas at this point, when I just stayed in there, I was able to turn the van on and heat up. But it was out of gas now. And I was walking up Vine Street past the Circle K and came to Jerry Arco Auto Sales, and I have an electric starter on the van, and I had my keys in my pocket, my hands were in my pocket, and I was walking up the street, and my hearing hasn't been the same since I fell down those steps at Lakeview Cemetery. Sounds like somebody's letting the air out of a tire in my left ear, and the lot was on my left side, and when I walked by the vehicle, it started up. And I didn't think it was divine intervention. I thought it was a bait car or something to catch people stealing a car. And I crossed the street, and I went and sat down in another car lot and was watching, and because I never knew being cold could be so painful. You'd be hungry, but you don't think about food when you're freezing. And I waited. I crossed the street, came back across the street, sat down again, because I didn't know somebody was in the car lot, was warming it up to leave.
This was 3 in the morning.
Yeah. And I went back over there. I stepped up to the vehicle. I opened it. I seen if the car door was open. It was. I looked in. The car key was in there, but it wasn't turned on. But the vehicle was running, and I walked off. And I made one more circle.
How is that possible?
I have on the video, the detective from Wycliffe said the vehicle was running.
Well, I know the vehicle was running because you removed it.
No, the vehicle was running at the time when I went by there. There was, I don't know how it was running, how long it was running, but the vehicle was running and the key was not on. So I don't know if I set it off with my starter, if it was the same type of automatic starter, but I believe it started when I went by. The detective said it was already running. Now,
What detective?
Detective Cook from Wycliffe. There's the video I know that shows that there was exhaust coming out of the vehicle when I went by it. And I still thought it was a trap, a bait car, and I got in and I drove and I took off. I drove over and got on the freeway, got off at Euclid Avenue, parked it behind some ghetto apartments. I sat in there and got warm for a while, and I left the vehicle there. I threw the keys underneath it because I figured it had low jack on it or GPS.
Is that when you went to the Quality Inn with it?
That was a week later. I had left it there, and I took my luck that after I left.
So what did you do with that car for a week?
I was afraid to drive it. I thought it had.
What'd you do with it?
I left it sitting in the apartments. And that morning, after I stole it, I walked from Euclid Avenue. I walked back up to Lakeshore Boulevard, and I was walking up Lakeshore Boulevard. I was going to the guys that I was going to work with, finishing drywall, and he was driving up the street. And of course, at that time, not the day before when this happened, we had work. and he was giving me $65 a day to stay at the Quality Inn, and I would go in and pay. I was staying there.
Who was giving you $65 a day?
The guy I worked for, Ted Wenz, and well, he was giving me minimum 65. I was making. I really don't know how much I ever made an hour, but they would.
Well, who rented that room?
When I went up to rent the room, I didn't have an ID, and Ted had a suspended driver's license. There was a girl and her boyfriend. I thought it was a boyfriend walking up to the door, and I asked them if they were checking out, and she said, "Yeah." I go, "If I give you some money, could I pay for the room, or could you pay for the room?" And I kept the room, and I gave them like $40, I believe, and they paid for the room, and then I just went up there and paid for the room after that, and they never asked me anything as long as they got their money. And I never had money in the morning, I only had it in the evening. And we had an agreement that I would pay when I came back, and I couldn't get in the room anyway if they didn't update the card. And I was in there, and I had a little bit extra money. I decided I was going to smoke some crack, which I hadn't done in a long time because that's bad news for me. And I drove down Euclid Avenue. I got some crack, and I came back.
Where?
Where did I get the crack at?
Yeah.
Outside of the Cleveland, right across the street from the Euclid Motels on one side and the Cleveland Motels on the other, right on the Green Road, Green and Euclid.
Been there before?
To those hotels? Many times. And I got the crack, and I drove back, and I was going to park it where I had it parked at the ghetto apartments by the dumpster and a bunch of other cars, but I had already smoked some crack, so I was
in Eastlake.
What's that?
In Eastlake?
No, on Wycliffe.
What apartments?
If you go, well, actually, they're technically Euclid. If you head west on Euclid Avenue, right when you come under the bridge, there's the Marathon Station, the Save-A-Lot. You go down in there, and it's a huge complex.
Okay.
And I was come back, I smoked some crack, so I was even more paranoid than usual. And I didn't think I'd be able to walk from there back. So I parked it in the parking lot. Went in, from the time I parked it, I walked around and went in the door. It has a strange entrance. I sat down on the bed, threw the curtain open, and there was a Wycliffe cop car parked in front of the vehicle. And then another regular car came in, an undercover car came. They were facing the vehicle, and I was just getting ready to close the curtain, and they turned around and looked, and I'm standing there staring at them, and they're staring at me. So the detective came over and asked me, he goes, "Is that your vehicle?" I go, "No, I wish." And he turned around and walked off. I closed the curtain, and I ran. And I was on the run, and there's only two people that knew where I was. And I wish I knew who told on me, because I'd thank him, because my life was, we were doing.
Well, besides Wenz, who knew where you were?
Who? Ted Wenz, the guy that owed me the money from Akron. He knew who I was, because I did talk to him, and the money, I would never have let that amount of money go unpaid to me, but I thought I had like a check and balance in place, because the association, the president, and the lady that did the bookkeeping they're good people. I mean, they're not some fly-by-night operation. The lady's worked there for 20 years. The guy that was the president of the association was a law director from Medina County at one time.
This was in Akron?
Yeah.
Or Medina?
Well, the complex, I was living in Akron, but the complex is right on the Medina Summit County line.
Where were you living in Akron?
On 1167 West Portage Path Extension.
How long did you live there?
A year and a half.
How were you getting back and forth to Medina?
I was living there.
Just told me you were living in Akron.
No, yeah, I was living in Akron, and the complex, Granger Lake condominiums, was about 8 or 9 miles. I would ride with Eddie Jr.
8 or 9 miles from Akron?
Yeah, it's like if you go up, do you know Akron any very much?
A little bit.
Smith Road to Camp Road and then
I'm not sure it's 8 or 9 miles from Medina. That's my point.
It was, well, I've walked it and I've ridden my bike there many times. I say it was at least 6 or 7. It's like a 15-minute drive in the truck. And the complex was built in 75, and they have carports, and there's no doors.
But all this time you're working there,
Yep.
as you're telling me, you're using drugs, right?
Yep.
Meth,
Yep.
crack, what else?
Just meth.
Where were you getting the meth from besides Green Road?
Oh, I was getting the meth from Eric, the wrecker driver, who ended up going to prison. He was on a tow for an accident. He was smoking meth in the vehicle, and with the cops sitting right there, and they arrested him.
All right. So you've been involved. You just turned 61, right?
Yep.
Okay, since you've been involved here or there since you were 19, right? In Ohio, Texas, California. Right, anywhere else?
No. I'm not lazy. I don't ever sit around. In prison, when I went to prison from Judge Lucci, I had over 4,000 hours of community service. I had enough credits for 2 associate's degree. I got a license from the state for dog training, a license for grooming, and I completed a drug program, but everything's done by quota and everything's race-based, and there wasn't enough people to fill up the seats, so they invented a new addiction for people to expand the class to addicted to the lifestyle, addicted to the lifestyle of being a drug dealer. In other words, it's too lazy to work.
All right, but most of your history involves theft offenses.
Yep.
Be it theft itself or there's some robbery and.
The robbery was a shoplifting where the guy who chased me fell down and ripped his pants, and they said it was a robbery. But the catalyst and the thread that runs through them is drugs. And like I said, when I was working at the complex, there's 120 units with no garage doors and $1,000 bicycles and vintage cars and this thing, and I never touched the thing. And I was working inside people's places on a daily basis, and theft was never on my mind because I was.
All right, you got out of prison from Judge Lucci March of 20, right?
Right when COVID hit. And I had police contact. I had a speeding ticket, and my other police contact wasn't the negative sort.
Okay, so why did you start back up with once you got out of prison in March of 20, why'd you start back up with the drugs again?
I was in a relationship with somebody that was a heroin addict. Been a heroin addict since she was 12. And just being around her, I let her come stay at my house. And I had a house in Cleveland Heights. I was living by myself. And I let her come stay there, and she didn't have nowhere to go. I just told her, call your family, let her know where you're at. Let them know where you're at, and you can't use heroin in my house. And I caught her using heroin in my house, and I let her stay. And eventually we became more than friends. And she got pregnant, and I told her that you can't have a baby if you're using heroin. And she was adamant about wanting to have the baby. And I figured if it was gonna change her, give her a chance to survive, because watching somebody use heroin on a daily basis is just brutal. And I was thinking, I'm gonna be 78 when this kid's in school. I'm not even gonna know who my kid is at graduation. But she was adamant about it and went through this horrible pregnancy. She wanted to quit. I was out on the street scouring to find methadone for her. She wanted to try methadone, and I was hanging out at the methadone clinic on the corner of 55th and Euclid, kicked off the property many times I was soliciting people to try to get methadone, that people that would sell it. And eventually I found somebody.
So is this all after you get out of prison at 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so what did you do to address the drug problem?
Nothing.
And why not? It's been going on for 40 years. Why didn't you do anything?
I was doing it to cope, and my problem seems so.
What was the problem? You just told me that you were working at this apartment complex, making money, things going well, so what? Explain this to me.
I don't have an explanation to why it was just, it was just part of, it's always been a part of my existence. And
I know that, obviously, because it's been going on for 40 years. So the question is, at what point does it change? Why didn't it change after, I mean, I don't know how many, I lost count between Texas and California and here, how many times you've been in prison. Well, why didn't it change in March of 20?
I was relying on myself,
but that doesn't work, right?
I didn't.
It hasn't worked for 40 years.
Now, if self-will and willpower and all that worked, I would not be here today,
right.
But it doesn't work. And I've been to 30-day treatment program, and all that was just counting down the days so I could get out, because then you get high, and I bought every one of those miracle things like guaranteed you pass this drug test and money back guaranteed, but they don't accept collect calls from jail. And I've tried all of them and failed, and I know 30 days is not, I mean, if things work, if I went to treatment, I hope to be in the treatment place a year from today. It's a 9-month program, but you don't have to leave after 9 months. And I have a daughter.
Who's what, 18 now?
17.
17? The one that had the marijuana on the council, the center council, when you got stopped?
No, I had marijuana on the center council.
Right, that's what I mean. Okay,
yes.
With her in the car.
No, it was stuff. I didn't have it. It was in there. Yes, I did.
All right. Anything else you want to tell me?
If you sentence me to prison, could you run my sentence concurrent?
Poison?
Your Honor, the defendant has had just about every opportunity given to him over the last 40 years, as you've already seen and have been alluded to. He's had opportunities to have felonies reduced down to misdemeanor offenses, giving him a chance to avoid having to come to this court. He's had prison, he's had treatment opportunities in the past, and it's all failed. It's all led to one thing. He uses, he steals, he supports his habit. He uses, he steals, he supports his habit. That's where we're at again today. I don't see any reason that's going to stop. I don't know that there's any real desire to go into treatment. He had opportunities to do that in the past and has not worked out. Had opportunities in NeoCap and JTP in the past, has not worked out. Your Honor, at this point, the only recommendation that the state can make before you today is that the defendant be sentenced to prison. Thank you.
I got a restitution request from thought I did from ARCO. Do you have anything from ARCO, Mr. Poisel?
sent directly to me. I know we contacted them, reached out, and told them to submit. That's okay. I know when I spoke with the gentleman from ARCO, he said there was some damage to the interior of the vehicle, but I did not know what all damage there was. He said he was going to submit something to the court. And I do see he's made a claim for $2,856 in his request.
All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report and the drug and alcohol evaluation. And I've listened to Mr. De Niro, Mr. Fatica, Mr. Feusel. I've reviewed the victim impact statements. I've considered all provisions in 29-29-11, 29-29-12, and 29-29-13. On the 22-13-49, on count 1, which is the one you pled to receiving stolen property, I'm going to sentence you to 6 months in prison. On 23-356, on count 1, I'm going to sentence you to 12 months in prison. Count 2, 12 months in prison. 13-40, and those will be concurrent to one another in 13 and 356. They will be concurrent, those two 12-month sentences. And it will be consecutive to 1349. And consecutive sentences are necessary to protect the public from future crime and for the appropriate punishment, and are not disproportionate to the seriousness of your offenses and the danger that you pose to the public. As the pre-sentence report indicates, your history of criminal conduct demonstrates that this sentence is necessary to protect the public from future crime. And then when you get out, you might be on post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority with conditions. If you violate the conditions, the parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If the violation is a new felony, you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation, the maximum of which would be the greater of 12 months of the time you have left under your post-release control. Pursuant to the victim impact statements, I'm going to order restitution to Willem Roofing in the amount of $13,564. To Arco Auto Sales, the amount of $2,856. And to Clearview, the amount of $349.99. Is there anything else, Mr. Fatica?
Your Honor, I believe on there's 56 days of jail credit on 22 CR 349.
56?
56, and then on 23 CR 356, there's 50 days.
All right, credit for the time that's already been served. Anything else, Mr. Feusel?
Judge, I'm sure you said it, but just to confirm, presumption for prison overcome because, or presumption for community control overcome because of the prior prison.
As alluded to in the pre-sentence
Thank you,
report. All right, we're adjourned. CR 938. We were here for sentencing. It's my understanding there's another case coming along that Mr. Petropoulos, you're going to talk to Mr. Abrams about. So what we'll do is we'll continue this till the 24th at 2 o'clock, and we'll deal with that second case. In the meantime, Mr. Abrams, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're going to have to report to probation Monday the 15th, Monday the 22nd, because your bond was revoked for the positive test. So do what you're supposed to do. Don't do what you're not supposed to do. And we'll deal with you on the 24th. All right?
And Judge, I don't know if I should, on the record, place that he has signed the waiver of speedy trial for the information.
Okay. Would you then take that to Maria and she'll get it electronically filed then?
Certainly.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Cole?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Petropoulos, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We're adjourned.
As the prosecutor mentions, 1986 case, trafficking in drugs, felony of the 4th degree. Conviction occurred back in, I believe it was April 30th, 1986. At that time, and I guess I'll just summarize, and then if you have specific questions you'd like to review with Mr. Bartos, I'll let you pursue those. But at that time, the offense, he was 21 years old. Jeff would tell you that, in his late teens, early 20s, he said he was not the most model citizen at that time and got into some trouble, but he said this was an incident which he hadn't expected. They charged him with trafficking. He said he sold some drugs to a friend who asked him if he had anything to sell. He was a personal user, but I believe that friend had been arrested and was working with police officers at that time for a reduction in his sentence by bringing in others, and Jeff happened to be one of those. But he accepts responsibility. He pled guilty to that. He served, I think there was a sentence of 1 year at the time. He did 9 months before he was released, and he paid all his fines and costs. What I would say, Your Honor, except for, I think, a minor bump in the road, and I believe it was 1995 or so, maybe a disorderly conduct, he wasn't real sure. He's been living a law-abiding life. He's gone on to be pretty successful in his businesses and his personal life as well. He graduated from Kirtland High School. He attended Lakeland Community College, where he studied engineering and construction. He worked in construction industry for some time. He had his own company for a period of time doing that, and then eventually moved into over-the-road trucking, worked for some trucking companies. He was certified as a hazmat driver, and just recently, I think you let that lapse.
I let it lapse while I was staying home with Katie.
And then, he had a Class A CDL. He worked for a couple of different trucking companies, owned his own trucking company for a period of time, and then later formed a new trucking company with his brother, kind of in conjunction, known as Maple City Trucking, LLC. He still retains his certified Class A CDL, and he is a carrier of mostly construction materials at this point. I would say also on a personal level, Mr. Bartos was married. His wife recently passed away due to cancer, but they had 2 children. He's raised 2 children successfully to adulthood. He's very proud of the fact that his 25 and 23-year-old have graduated from college and then graduate schools. So that takes a lot of pride in that result of his kids. He has been involved in a lot of community projects, community service. He's been very active through his church, Fowler's Mill Christian Church. He's served in various capacities as a deacon there. He's helped in their Upwards program through there. He served as a Cub Scout leader for years through that, and he's also served as an elder in that church as well. He would tell you through the kids' sports years and school years, he's very active in their sports teams, volunteering, coaching, doing all those kind of things a father does. He's also, at one point, was certified for, I think, about over 20 years for the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. He was a hunting instructor and did that as well. So he's not just one to work and stuff. He's been involved with the community as well, and I would ask the court to consider that. So, Your Honor, this was a 1986 conviction. I think in the years since then, I think he's been able to establish himself as being rehabilitated, as being a contributor to the community, and I believe his interest now outweighs any interest in the state in maintaining this record, and we would ask that his motion for sealing of the record be granted. Thank you.
Is there any particular reason that you're doing this now, or is it just something you've wanted to do?
Well, he has a good answer, and I'll let him speak for himself on that once you answer the judge there.
This has been a millstone around my neck my whole life. I tried this myself 10 or 15 years ago, just because I wanted to clear it then. I live with this every day, one way or another, and I haven't told my kids about it ever, and I don't want to have to. Um, it's something that embarrasses me greatly. I'm embarrassed sitting here. I need this to be gone. And I promised my wife that I would take care of it, along with some other things that I promised her before she died.
Okay. Celeste?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's not opposed to the motion.
All right, I've reviewed the report and listened to what Mr. Matthews has said, Mr. Bartow, what he has had to say. Obviously, you're eligible for it, and there's no reason not to do it, so I'll grant the motion to seal the record. Do we need fingerprints from him, Bob? I assume we do. So Bob is going to give you a little map to go to get some fingerprints, bring them back to the office here. Ms. Alessi will do the entry, getting it to the appropriate agencies, and then you'll get it, Mr. Matthews, you'll get a copy of it from Mr. Bartow.
I did prepare an entry if you want that entry.
Well, why don't you give it to
Okay.
Ms. Alessi, and she can compare it to what they normally do, and figure it out and make sure it's correct, okay?
Sure. Thank you, Jeff.
All right.
versus Devin Zendarski Metcalf, case number 23CR00022. We're here today. Present is the defendant with his counsel, Mr. Antonio Nicholson. This indictment was an 8-count indictment, and it was filed on January 10th of 2023. As I indicated, there were originally 8 counts. I've had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Nicholson regarding a resolution of this matter. I've also had an opportunity to speak to the right now alleged victim as well as the police department, and we've come to the following resolution: that the defendant would enter a written and oral plea of guilty to count 2 and count 6, both of those being sexual battery, felonies of the 3rd degree, in violation of revised code section 2907.03A2. They do deal with 2 separate incidents on the same date, but 2 completely separate incidents. If the plea is forthcoming and the court accepts that plea, then at the time of sentencing, we would move to dismiss the remaining counts. We would be asking for a victim impact statement, pre-sentence report investigation, as well as a drug and alcohol and psychological.
All right, Mr. Nicholson.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the full exchange of discovery with the state of Ohio, at this time is my client's intention to enter a knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily plea to the mark that was just placed on the record, Your Honor. No threats or promises have been made. Thank you.
All right, how old are you?
21, sir.
You can stay seated. How far did you go through school?
Graduate high school.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, sir.
Prior to coming to court, have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
No, sir.
Have you ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental illness?
No, sir.
Did you get a copy of this indictment? The indictment, the charges? You get a copy of it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. It's been represented to me you're going to plead guilty to count 3, sexual, is it battery or unlawful?
Sexual battery, count 2.
Count 2,
six.
I'm sorry. Count 2, sexual battery or felony of the 3rd degree, and count 6, sexual battery or felony of the 3rd degree, and then the remaining counts would be dismissed at the time of sentencing. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Now, before I accept your guilty plea, I need to determine that you know and understand the constitutional rights you'll be waiving, the consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you, and I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't understand a question or you want to talk some more to Mr. Nicholson, let me know. I'll give you more time. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have a constitutional right to have a trial, either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members of the jury must agree to a guilty verdict before you can be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes, sir.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine those witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial, you have the constitutional right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them come here and testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial and you're found guilty, you have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you file an appeal, you have the constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you could not afford a copy of those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about any of your rights?
No, sir.
Do you still want to plead guilty to these 2 charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charges?
Yes, sir.
You understand by pleading guilty to these felonies that you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control.
Yes, sir.
In count 2, sexual battery is a felony of the 3rd degree. It carries a maximum prison term of 60 months and a maximum fine of $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And count 6 is also sexual battery of felony 3. It carries a 60-month maximum prison sentence and a $10,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I could give you a consecutive sentence. That means one sentence after another for the separate offenses. If I did that, you face a maximum prison term of 120 months and a maximum fine of $20,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation right now to any court?
No, sir.
Are you on post-release control to the parole authority?
No, sir.
All right. You understand that you're pleading guilty to a sexually oriented offense?
Yes, sir.
All right. And by law, you will be classified as a Tier 3 offender. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And with that, you will be required to register for your lifetime in person with in-person verification every 90 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If there are also reporting requirements that if you change your address during that term, between the 90 days, you're required to report that change of address. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The failure to register, the failure to verify residence at the specified times, or the failure to provide a notice in change in residence or other required information will result in a separate criminal prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about that?
No, sir.
All right. Do you understand your felony conviction will prevent you from owning or possessing a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if a prison term is imposed in this case, that you will be placed on post-release control as part of your sentence after your release from prison for 5 years under the parole authority?
Yes, sir.
Conditions would be placed upon you. If you violate those conditions, the parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If that violation of post-release control is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If that were to occur, then the maximum prison sentence for that violation would be the greater of 12 months or the time you have left under post-release control. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if a prison term is imposed, you are eligible for judicial release?
Yes, sir.
I could place you on community control for up to 5 years, but if you violate any conditions, I could send you to prison for 120 months. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, has anybody promised you I would be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you what I will sentence you to in this case?
No, sir.
Do you understand that at the time of sentencing, I do not have to follow the recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to talk with Mr. Nicholson before pleading guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Has he discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice he's given you?
Yes, sir.
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
No, sir.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Linden, if the case went to trial, what will the evidence show?
Thank you, Your Honor. Had we proceeded to trial, the state would have submitted evidence to show beyond a reasonable doubt all those facts that are set forth in counts 2 and count 6 of the indictment, and specifically would indicate that on or about the 5th day of September 2021 in Madison Township, Lake County, Ohio, that the defendant was at a party at a Shannon Favors house in Madison Township. At that party, individuals were drinking and also smoking marijuana. While there, the defendant encountered a minor female. We'll refer to her, because of the fact she's a minor female, as R.E. At that point in time, she was a minor, 15 years of age, and during the course of that time, he and another individual, Zachary Richards, went down to the beach with this minor female victim and engaged in sexual conduct, that being at least oral sex at that point in time, and then came back to the party, and then later in that evening, they were in a tent, and he ended up having sexual intercourse with her during that period of time, while also Zachary Richards was present. At this point in time, looking at the fact that she was not the spouse of the defendant and that her ability to apprise the nature or control the situation and conduct was substantially impaired because she was very, very intoxicated at that point in time and has little recollection really of how that ended up happening or why that ended up happening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nicholson. Anything to add to those facts?
No, Your Honor. We'll wait to sentencing to be heard.
All right, Mr. Zendarski-Metcalf, did you hear what Ms. Linden said the facts would show if the case went to trial?
Yes, sir.
And are those facts accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, then what is your plea to count 2, sexual battery, a felony 3?
Guilty.
And what is your plea to count 6, sexual battery, a felony 3?
Guilty.
All right, Mr. Nicholson?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
Your Honor, for the record, I am handing you what's been executed here in court, your plea of guilty and judgment entry has been signed here by the defendant, and Mr. Nicholson and I have also signed that document.
All right, Mr. Zendarski, is this your signature on this written plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to accept a written plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll accept the written plea of guilty. The defendant was present with Mr. Nicholson, advised of all of his rights, made a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver of those rights. He understands the nature of the charge, the consequence of his guilty plea, and the maximum penalties. Find it to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. I will accept his plea of guilty and find him guilty of count 2, sexual battery, a felony 3, count 6, sexual battery, a felony 3. I refer this for a pre-sentence report and a psychological evaluation and victim impact statement. Sentencing will be June 23 at 11 a.m. and the bond is continued. Anything else, Ms. Linden?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Nicholson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're adjourned.
Your Honor, will he need to go to probation today?
He's probably going to have to show